to the live. Oh, okay. So, well, put that up there. GT4 cars and the touring cars. You can see a little bit of both there. There's a McLaren and two of the touring cars, the Audi and the Honda. It's going to be a fun one here today. A couple of double duty guys that will be also running in the Cup Series and running full time in both, mind you, are the two fastest cars so far, Elio Castroneves and Tony Kanaan. So two guys you'll see not only here but in the NASCAR Cup Series that we will do. Also over there on a couple occasions you'll see Robert Kubica, Marco Andretti, and a handful of other names that you might see over here that will run there as well. So as I said, Castroneves currently the fastest guy on track. You can see him running there with his teammate. I believe that is... I don't remember who his teammate is, to be quite honest. His teammate is... if I can find it in this... Scott McLaughlin. Okay. So that is Scotty McLaughlin behind him, who is actually running in fourth in terms of practice speed. So we'll see how all of this plays out as we go into the race, which I think with as much time as they've already had, I think we are pretty much ready to do. So we flip over here, flip back to me. And I seem to have mistakenly put the wrong number on Juan Pablo Montoya. So you will see him in this race in the 301. That is not the correct number for him. He is the 66. I accidentally gave him the 64, which is why I am taking his number by accident, because that's a whole thing. So that happened, and now we're where we are. As for this, we will go on board with the fast driver. And right along with Elio Castroneves. Also, if I can, pull the driver drop down, and there you go. So we covered how to get around here last night. I think it was in race 2. A little bit different with these cars. Sitting on the left side of the car now, like you would in an American street car. A little bit different than it was for the V8 Supercars, or I guess just Supercars now, as they are known, which sit on the left side, mainly due to the fact that they are Australian in nature. As a series, and well, in Australia they drive on that side of the car and on that side of the road, so it makes for a different type of driving experience. Now, none of the drivers in this event raced in that event, so all these guys are going to be used to the left side dash, the left side of the car, sitting on it, and everything will be fine. And a handful of these guys will get the same experience when they're in the Cup car. So these cars, a lot different from the Supercars. They're a bit slower, not quite as fast, but they put on some incredible racing nonetheless, and we're going to see it throughout the field, and we're going to see how traffic will play a factor into a race. Something that definitely didn't play a factor at all last night with either of the two races, because the Supercars are all pretty equally matched throughout the field. But up here, there's 44 cars that will take the green flag. Of the 44 cars, 22 of them run quite a bit slower. We'll go on board with Robert Kubica, and you can see how much slower on the straightaways he is in the Honda Civic, which is one of the touring cars. So the touring cars are very, very small little cars. They're actually a lot of fun to drive. If you've driven them in iRacing, you'll know this. And the same goes for the GT4s. All of these cars are some of the absolute most fun cars to drive. Absolutely love all all 9 cars. There are 9 now. There's 5 GT4s and 4 of the touring cars. Given All right, we're pulling it right back in. We are once more back at this, and it's exciting. And boom, there we go. All right, so we are going to be going once more. The numbers should be fixed on the car. Hopefully, and this was something I didn't check, but I think I will go ahead and do now. So we're checking to make sure that paint schemes are in fact loading. And I believe I already noticed one that did not. I believe it was one of the Mercedes that did not load up correctly. If everybody else does, that'll be fantastic. But yeah, it did look like one of the Mercedes failed to load. Maybe as we go back through, nope. So Fernando Alonso did in fact fail to load. We'll just get this going for trading paints real quick. So we're going to follow along with this, as Fernando does seem to be the only car that did not get his actual paint scheme put on. Or did he? And I'm just losing it again. No. I don't believe that's his paint scheme. Similar colors, but no, not the actual correct paint scheme for him. I'm unsure why it is choosing to do this. Well, for some reason, one way or another, Fernando Alonso's paint scheme refuses to load. And therefore, I'm just not going to concern myself with it. The colors are correct. He is supposed to be driving a white and silver race car. I don't understand that. So we'll carry on with it as it is. And apparently this is updated for me. All right. Well, that's going to make my life a lot easier. So after the first lap, Carlos Sainz does have the quick time at the moment. And Kevin Magnussen, quick time in touring car. Of course, we will see how this plays out this time. A couple different things that occurred the last time through, and We didn't quite end up with the drivers we thought might take home the top spots, but nonetheless, here we go. So the GT4 cars, for those that don't know, they are pretty similar to road cars. They are, honestly, they're very closely related to your road car, with only a handful of modifications really to them for safety features and better aerodynamics, and a couple other things. But you'll see here in today's race the Aston Martin, a Porsche 718, I think, Camaro GT4, McLaren 570S, the Mercedes AMG, and a BMW M4. Yeah, that's what the last car was, BMW M4. So after putting down a fantastic first lap, Juan Pablo Montoya ends up with the second fast, or Carlos Sainz ends up fifth. Juan Pablo Montoya ends up on the pole. When it comes to the touring cars, it does look like Sergio Perez is going to bring home the pole back there. Now, these cars are going to be really fun to watch, and we might spend quite a lot of time watching these guys in this broadcast. These guys are going to be toe-to-toe all day long. So we're going to go ahead and hit the advance button over here, and we're going to get ready to bring up the grid. There's a lot more. In fact, we're actually going to bring it up right now. Get rid of that. So row 1, and this is the GT4 cars that will lead them off: Montoya and Will Power. Row 2 sees Max Verstappen and Devlin Di Francesco. Row 3 is Carlos Sainz and Tatiana Calderon. Row 4, Marcus Ericsson and Simona Di Silvestro. In row 5, we see Scott McLaughlin and Charles Leclerc. Row 6, Pierre Gasly and Christian Lundgaard. Row 7, George Russell, Joseph Newgarden. Row 8, Tony Kanaan and Yuki Tsunoda. Row 9, Elio Castroneves and Scott Dixon. In row 10, Nicholas Latifi and J.R. Hildebrand. Row 11, the final row of GT4s, Fernando Alonso and Zhou Guan Yu. Row 12, starting out the touring cars, Sergio Perez and Jimmy Johnson. Robert Kubica and Alexander Albon make up row 13. In row 14, Lando Norris and Alex Palou. Row 15 is Sebastian Vettel and Connor Daly. Row 16, Graham Rahal and Kevin Magnussen. Row 17 is Lewis Hamilton and Danny Rick. Row 18 says he's Esteban Ocon and Marco Andretti. Row 19 is Alexander Rossi and Sage Karam. Row 20, Colton Herta and Romain Grosjean. Row 21, Mick Schumacher and Takuma Sato. And rounding out the field is Pato O'Ward and Rinus VeeKay. Getting that done just in time to see the pace car pull off the track. As they wait for the green, they're on the loud pedal, and we are underway here for 2 hours of racing in the GT4 and touring car categories. These are some of the best cars that you're going to see go toe-to-toe competitively on a road course. What will I do to fill the time? I haven't the faintest of clues. But we are here. Max sends it wide. Will Power sending it up to the inside. The Porsches run well here, as do the Astons. We've done a couple tests, and you can already see, even as the field is, it's very heavy Porsche and Aston at the front. In fact, it's the only thing at the front. You don't see a Merc until back there behind, I believe that's... Oh, that's Fernando. Huh. Pretty sure? I don't. I'm not 100%. Oh, well, it would help if my timing list was correct. Yeah, I'm not sure where the first Merc is. But nonetheless, Juan Pablo Montoya getting a great start to this race. You can see Will Power and Max Verstappen going at it just behind them. And they're already starting to get into this. So we saw it a lot in the Supercars. Drafting it played such a big role in the race. It's going to play another big role here today. And it's going to play an even bigger role in this class. These guys are going to go at it tooth and nail, side by side, every lap through here. And it's going to put on some fantastic racing. And this isn't even the lead group. Those guys are going at it as well. So fantastic racing going on throughout the field. Sergio Perez doing his best to defend from Jimmy Johnson, both in the Hyundai Veloster. In fact, that car makes up the first three cars, the Hyundai Veloster. There's only 4 of the Velosters in this race, and 3 of them are at the front. And then you see the first AlphaTauri. I believe that is Kevin Magnussen, or is that Lando Norris? That is Lando Norris. And then Robert Kubica make up the top 5 in that class. Back at the front of the field, there's a little bit of a gap that has formed from Will Power back to Max Verstappen. And the 2 Porsches of Juan Pablo Montoya and Will Power will go toe-to-toe. They are not teammates. They do drive for 2 different teams. Everybody only has 1 teammate in this race, but I mean, when you look at a manufacturer and you see equivalent cars, they're going to run well. All right, so I apparently am a little quiet, which is interesting. Maybe I'll turn that down. Huh. Just a second while I try and figure this out. Do that. Alright, so we'll have that, I guess, turned up as high as I can get it. Since I apparently am quiet, I don't know on that one, but I'll take Josh for his word on it. A second. Okay. So back to it. You can see the Red Bull's kind of losing some ground to the 2 Porsches in front. Will Power and Juan Pablo Montoya going at it. And back here in this group, Jimmy Johnson is ahead of Sergio Perez. And you can just see how much of a difference it already is back here. I mean, we are just in an absolute line for this group. And then you have the front guys. Okay, I don't know why that was showing like that. But these guys are going to go toe-to-toe. And you can see there is still a bit of a line forming up here even. One of the Mercedes is sticking with it. I want to say that's Leclerc. And it very well might be. Leclerc is in one of the Mercedes, so considering he's running 7th, that would make sense to me. Max Verstappen trying to get back to 2nd place. He is not going to get it. Will Power clears back through. And Carlos Sainz loses position to Tatiana Calderon. Devlin De Francesco under fire from Charles Leclerc for a moment. And the rest of the pack is caught up. Marcus Ericsson, the first McLaren in the field, running pretty well. And then we come back to see Joseph Newgarden, which, interesting how some of the paint schemes are still messing up. But they seem to have righted themselves. So continue on. Sergio Perez back to the lead. Lando Norris to 3rd in class. So continue to follow that story, and now we have a battle at the front. Everybody's together. Will Power is going to look to jump to the outside of Juan Pablo Montoya. Where will Max Verstappen go? Will he go with Will Power? Will he go with Montoya? It was a big moment because now Tatiana Calderon has fed it to the outside, and she's going to go around him. And that's going to bring Carlos Sainz through as well. Will Power looks to take the lead. He's going to throw it down the outside. And Juan Pablo Montoya holds on. Max Verstappen holds on his end. And we're going to get into the braking area where in the Supercars you saw them brake all night long. But apparently in the GT4s, that's not a problem. We don't need a lift. So gap forming back here, and I'm actually surprised to see this, that there's gaps forming in these cars, but we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, there's a lot of racing to be had. And you can see they are still side by side in this field. Will Power has taken the lead over Montoya. Verstappen under fire now from Calderon as he tries to hold the outside through NASCAR 1 and 2, and it looks like he's not going to get the job done. And it's a Porsche 1, 2, 3 with Porsche Motorsports running 1 and 3. Pennzoil Target with the second car back there in 5th is running as just as well. Tatiana thinks about throwing it 3 wide, thinks better of it. Watches Montoya go to the outside of her teammate, and she fires through, and this is going to bring a bunch of cars through. Will really had to get out of it, and that's going to allow a handful of guys to get through, and Power goes from 1st back to 5th. Tatiana Calderon to 2nd. The only woman driver in this race, as far as I remember. She's not the only woman driver in the league, although you actually won't see the other ones. They won't be on stream. And she leads a lap here at the Daytona International Superspeedway. In this class, Tatiana Calderon, the Colombian female, leads this race over Max Verstappen and Juan Pablo Montoya. Max sends it in deep, and he gets an excellent drive out. Max Verstappen moves into 2nd place. So Max is a fantastic driver, and he's going to try to send this thing through to get the lead in this race. Towards the touring car group, it's once again another big battle. Jimmy Johnson got through, and you can kind of see how these guys group back up at times and put on a show. So Johnson is through, and Lando Norris is trying to gain 2nd place from Sergio Perez in his AlphaTauri Honda. One of the Audi DHL cars, which I believe belongs to Sebastian Vettel, who's just announced that he will be retiring from Formula One in real life. He won't be retiring from this anytime soon, as far as we know. runs in the 4th position, now under fire from Robert Kubica. And I believe Kubica does, in fact, get the position, but the Audi does run strong. The only car we're not seeing run quite so well so far is the Hyundai Elantra. Sorry, I was about to say Veloster, but the Veloster is running 1-2. So that would not be true. As for the lead group, well, they head down into turn 1 once more. And Max thinks about sending it to the outside. Is he going to get this lined up for maybe getting the chance down into International? If he can get a good run here, he might have a shot to throw this car in. Tatiana does the smart thing and defends the inside line, makes sure that Max can't get that run into the corner. And it looks like Montoya is under fire from his teammate Devlin De Francesco, the rookie Canadian. And by rookie, I mean in the IndyCar series. Verstappen misses the apex of the corner and swings the car wide, and we see it quite a bit in these cars. It's actually a lot of fun to watch them make some minor mistakes and interesting mistakes. As we try and get back to this group again, Lando Norris now trying to get around Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy keeps it on the inside. This is going to be big for him. Sergio Perez was able to get the lead back in this race. And we continue to have a battle for second. These cars put on such a great show. I honestly don't want to leave them, but obviously we want to see what happens at the front as well. As for instance, Max Verstappen has gotten around Tatiana Calderon. Juan Pablo Montoya followed through as well, so my assumption was into the bus stop, they managed to get the job done. You can see Marcus Ericsson trying to get a pass done on not Fernando Alonso, but Will Power. And he's going to get that job done. Simona Di Silvestro is going to come through. I apologize, I forgot that she is in this race as well. So there are, in fact, 2 women in this race. And back at the little car group, Sergio Perez continues to lead. It's now Lando Norris and Robert Kubica. The Hondas are coming to the front. They do have a good bit of pace in them. And I believe we're seeing the first of the Elantras in Esteban Ocon. So these cars pretty well even up here. We'll see what kind of runs occur. It does look like Jimmy's going to get a run on Kubica. Kubica's only really going to be able to draft up to Lando Norris, but he's going to send it up high. Lando's going to hold the inside. Is anybody going to think about throwing it 3 wide? They do all hold on to it. Jimmy sends it wide, but he keeps hold of it. And Lando continues his tracking of Sergio Perez. Kubica follows in suit behind them. Oh, Lando opens the door, and there's Kubica filling it. Kubica gets an incredible run out of that corner. Will he be able to clear Lando before they get through into West Hairpin? It definitely should clear him in West Hairpin. Let's see how this plays out. And he does, in fact, clear Lando through West Hairpin. And this moves Kubica into second in class. So great battling in these cars all the way through the track. Back at the front for a moment, and we see Max Verstappen under fire from the Porsches at this point. And for a moment, it looked like Simona Di Silvestro was going to throw it 3 wide if she had to around Tatiana Calderon and Max Verstappen if it got to that point, but it did not. And Max is able to outbrake deep into the corner and get that Aston Martin to turn. As for in the touring cars, Robert Kubica looks to get around Sergio Perez, and it looks like he's going to get that job done. Lando Norris wants around Sergio as well, and he's going to follow suit. This is going to bring Jimmy Johnson back around as well. And now Alexander Albon up here running in the top 5. Lando Norris trying to take the lead away from Robert Kubica. The Hondas go 1-2. as they try and put Honda dominance in this race. The Hyundais try to prove that they're the best cars, and right now, the Hyundai Veloster has 3 cars up here. Only 2 of the Hondas. But the Hondas do hold the most important positions as Robert Kubica continues to hold the lead. Max Verstappen continues to hold this lead, but for how much longer? They're going to head into the bus stop here, and we have seen that for quite a couple times. The car on the outside holds the advantage. Simona Di Silvestra's thinking 3 wide. She backs out of it at the moment. Juan Pablo Montoya jumps the curb. Everybody holds on to it, and we continue the race. Nobody out of it. What a moment. High stakes moment there. Back in the touring cars, Robert Kubica continues to lead in this class and continues to see battles throughout the field as we get a little further deep. Sebastian Vettel putting his Audi back towards the front. He's passing one of the Elantras. And now you see Jimmy Johnson trying to find his way around the outside of Lando Norris. Robert Kubica opened up a pretty good gap through the infield, but of course the draft will bring these guys back, and he'll be able to hold on. We'll see what Lando can do, as he doesn't really get a great run through there. Jimmy's going to follow through. Albon, Sergio Perez back through. Sebastian Vettel looking to get through as well. Robert Kubica continues to lead in class and has a big lead, but of course this is only going to open up the gap. These cars are so well designed in being able to create a draft, hatchbacks as they are, as Alexander Albon sends his BP Hyundai Veloster to the lead. He gets through. Sergio Perez is able to defend the position on Jimmy Johnson, and Robert Kubica holds second. It's now a Aston Martin 1-2, and we'll see again what's going to happen here. Simona Di Silvestro is going to send it to the inside, and she's going to get the job done. Simona Di Silvestro to the lead, and Max Verstappen falls back. Battles throughout the field. We should expect to see pit stops roughly about the halfway point for the GT4s. They may have to make 2 pit stops in this race. The touring cars may be able to get away with just 1, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. But we'll find out. Di Silvestro and Montoya going toe-to-toe through the corners and through the S's. Still at it. Montoya's going to send it to the inside. Di Silvestro on the outside. Who's going to get the better run out of International? They both get a fantastic run. We continue to be side by side down to the kink. Montoya backs out a little and lets Di Silvestro have it through the kink. So Di Silvestro holds on to the lead. Max Verstappen has fallen to 7th. And of course, he will try to make a recovery. Long way to go in this race and plenty of time to do so. Alexander Albon under fire from Robert Kubica, and you can see just how fantastic these battles get for the touring cars. I mean, these guys are back and forth all race long around here, and they are some of the most fun for a little front-wheel drive car. They are a lot of fun to watch and a lot of fun to race. Maybe think about doing this as the Nora off-season race. JK. Although I wouldn't say that the pilot challenge wouldn't be a bad idea entirely. Of course, we would need numbers for that. But nonetheless, back at the front of the field, Max Verstappen runs 8th. He's actually lost yet another position. He's now under fire from his own teammate. And Devlin DeFrancesco, the Canadian, leads that last lap. Juan Montoya looking to fight back and hold on to the position. He is going to do so. But as you can see, it is a Porsche 1, 2, 3 again. Will Power's back up at the front. A little bit of consistent switching back and forth. And you can kind of see now how the gap continues to grow. The touring cars are just now going into the bus stop, and the GT4s are getting ready to come out of the infield. So this group, and it's nothing that's really their fault. It's the cars are a lot slower. It's one of the beauties of multi-class racing, and this is such a great starter series for multi-class racing. The cars are so much easier to kind of handle. Speeds aren't quite as high as they are in prototypes and GT3 cars, where you really run into problems in a real hurry. You kind of get a little bit more sense of when you're coming up on the cars and how you're going to handle it. It's a little bit easier to handle, I think, in these cars. Simona Di Silvestro gets back around Devlin DeFrancesco, and one of the McLarens really putting on a show so far, Scott McLaughlin up here. And you can kind of see in the background there, it looks like J.R. Hildebrand and Joseph Newgarden going at it in the BMWs. So they're keeping this race honest for them. As far as I can tell, the only cars that are just a big no-show here, and Fernando's trying to make something happen in it, but it's the Mercedes. Just nothing really to show for in this race so far from them. The touring cars are getting a little spaced out, as you can see. And this will happen. They'll get spaced, and then they'll come back together. And you see it in the GT4s as well. As of right now, the GT4s are the closer battle, and they have actually caught the last of the touring cars. So that is Takuma Sato in the Castrol Hyundai Elantra. And he's just not having a good day. He is 5 laps down to his class leader. And honestly, Connor Daly, not really having a good day either. He's about 10 seconds back of Kevin Magnussen, who currently runs last in the class. Well, not last in class, but last in that big pack, as he's going to try and fight his way through. Devlin DeFrancesco gets around Simona Di Silvestro, and now Carlos Sainz looks to do the same. So how quickly things change up here is Scott McLaughlin was just 4th, and now he's back to 5th, and now he's back to 4th. So again, continuing to show just how quickly things change. And Carlos Sainz, who I don't remember being anywhere near this group-ish, is now in 3rd. Oh, as he sends it wide, this is going to open the door for Scott McLaughlin to come through, and Scott McLaughlin's going to gain position. So Scott McLaughlin now goes to 2nd place. Carlos Sainz again keeps the car wide. He seemed like he did have a dive from Will Power that kind of kept him honest, if you would. And so he kept the car to the outside. Now he's going to defend to the inside and hope that he can hold on there. Max Verstappen's under fire behind this from Joseph Newgarden. So Max Verstappen continues to fall. Newgarden continues to rise. And he does hold on to the position through the corner, getting back onto the NASCAR oval. And you can see the BMWs as almost as if the Aston Martins and the Porsches aren't just faster early on with a full tank. The BMWs, it seems like almost as they're burning the fuel, are really getting faster in this race, and they're coming forward. They're the biggest cars out here in this class by quite a bit, but they are showing that they have some power. As once again, back in this group, things continue to change, and it'll continue to change all day long. Jimmy Johnson leads again, and this has kind of been more of the interesting vibe of this is watching some of these guys go toe to toe. Jimmy Johnson up here is running a fantastic race, but the guys I expect to be leading this class the whole way through is Sebastian Vettel, who just moved into third, Sergio Perez, who runs fourth, and Lewis Hamilton, who runs fifth. So, an interesting turn of events there, as Newgarden now under fire from Christian Lundgaard. And there's some of the Mercedes as they try and figure out their way through. Simona Di Silvestre now under fire from Max Verstappen. And J.R. Hildebrand looking to get around Will Power. So again, the BMW doing its job. And Simona's going to throw it in there. She's going to try and utilize JR's bad-timed exit to get around. And towards the front, we have Carlos Sainz battling Scott McLaughlin. So this battle continues on as Devlin DeFrancesco is trying to gain his lead. Meanwhile, as we go through the front stretch, Albon, Vettel, Perez, and Ocon battle. Lewis Hamilton fell back a little bit, and then we see Alex Palou, Robert Kubica, Rossi, and then Lando Norris, who's fallen back to 9th. Graham Rahal runs 10th. So as battles continue to rage, and this has been absolutely fantastic again, as Albon backs out of it and lets Sebastian Vettel have the position headed into the West hairpin. Now Sergio Perez is just going to send that thing up the inside of Alexander Albon. I don't think he's going to be able to get this job done. He'd have to do it before they get through this or to this corner. It just seems like the outside car runs a little wide, and it actually ends up opening the door for the car behind to get a good run. But Sergio Perez does hold on, and he's now going to try to track back down Alexander Albon. At the front, Devlin DeFrancesco has gotten around Juan Pablo Montoya and Sainz around McLaughlin. Hildebrand, up to 5th in the BMW, continues his march forward. So that car continues to prove it's pretty quick when it wants to be. Max Verstappen tries to get around Tatiana Calderon, and he does so. And Joseph Newgarden continues to hold on to 10th as he tries to figure out what it is that Hildebrand has found so fantastic in his BMW. DeFrancesco on the defensive from Juan Pablo Montoya. As they go into the bus stop, he is going to back out of it, and that's going to send both Scott McLaughlin and Carlos Sainz through. So now Scott McLaughlin and Carlos Sainz run 2nd and 3rd respectively. Or not respectively, but opposite of that, because it's actually Carlos Sainz and Scott McLaughlin, 2nd and 3rd. And that's going to change real quick as Carlos Sainz looks to take the lead for the first time. So now Carlos Sainz goes to the lead here, and by quite a bit, actually. And we're going to see if Scott tries to send it. He does not. It looked like he almost had a chance to send it up the inside of Montoya, but he doesn't, and this opens the door for DeFrancesco to do exactly that to him. Now you see J.R. Hildebrand throw a massive block on Simona Di Silvestro to continue to hold on to 5th place. And all the while, They close. Connor Daly out of the west hairpin. He's trying to close back up the gap, and he's actually doing a pretty good job of it. Kevin Magnussen, who's the last car in the pack, the traffic, is in NASCAR 1 and 2. Sainz is coming to the exit of the infield. They're not going to have much longer until they reach lap traffic, and this is going to play a big role. We don't know how many times per se we'll see them have to traverse traffic to get through the field, but it certainly will put on a show nonetheless. Jimmy Johnson now under fire from Alexander Albon once more. The Hyundai Velosters have proven to be quite an effective race car today. Juan Pablo Montoya ends up coming up a little slow out of the bus stop and loses his position. Simona Di Silvestro is going to get around J.R. Hildebrand, and so is Max Verstappen, who continues to try to make his climb back to the front. Simona now going to also pick off Juan Pablo Montoya as Scott McLaughlin tries to make the best of Devlin DeFrancesco, and he almost gets sent into the wall. He's going to send it deep around the outside. Can he hold on and hold into a position where maybe he can get a run down into one? DeFrancesco does clear him, but he doesn't defend. Scott McLaughlin's going to send it in deep. What kind of run can he get off? He's going to get a good enough run, it looks like, to clear him. Behind them, Max Verstappen has cleared both Will Power and Juan Pablo Montoya as they go toe-to-toe. I apologize, I did have a phone call. So Carlos Sainz continues to lead, now in defensive mode from Scott McLaughlin and Devlin DeFrancesco. Max Verstappen has gotten around Simona Di Silvestro, as has Juan Pablo Montoya. And the pack continues to grow behind them. Towards the back, we see a huge battle going on. Jimmy Johnson loses his lead, and through comes Sergio Perez and Sebastian Vettel. Robert Kubica, trying to get around the outside of everybody, manages to actually hold on out there, and he looks like he's going to gain fourth position. Sebastian Vettel on the inside of Jimmy Johnson is going to get that job possibly done. He is toting the flag for the Audi brand. I'm not even sure where the next one is. It is Alexander Rossi running in 9th. So definitely putting on a great show is Sebastian Vettel. He's the absolute leader of the Audi brand. And Robert Kubica kind of doing the same thing for the Hondas, although we've seen them a bit more towards the front. Ocon leading the Elantras. Lando Norris. So a little bit different story there. And you can see now, as I said, these guys are in NASCAR 1 and 2. So are the leaders of the entire race. And they've already gobbled up Connor Daly. So this is where it's about to get interesting. We're only a handful of laps away from seeing these guys have to deal with lap traffic, slow traffic, multi-class traffic. We love multi-class traffic. So we'll follow along with Carlos Sainz as he's going to now have to traverse this. And we'll see what this does for the lead group. Max Verstappen trying to find his way back. Scott McLaughlin there battling with Devlin DeFrancesco. But the Red Bulls are running pretty well. Of course, as I said, traffic ahead. As Jimmy Johnson battles with Robert Kubica. And you can see they just went into international. Here come the leaders into international. So we are going to absolutely have probably lap traffic 3 times in this race. Most likely. Maybe more, maybe less. It's all very dependent on pit stops. But here we go. Max Verstappen looks to send it up the inside of his sister teammate car, and he gets him and Colton Herta, so he's going to clear through. You want to make sure that you can get through as quickly as possible while also possibly hampering your opponents. Max trying to find his way to clear through. Will he thread the needle and send it? He actually does not, and Devlin DeFrancesco looked like he was going to try to take advantage of a pick. However, he doesn't get the opportunity, and Max is through. not Max, but Carlos Sainz is through. Scott McLaughlin finds his way, and instantly Sainz goes defensive, but this also sets him up to try to get around one of the Audis into the bus stop, and we end up with a slightly slow stop as Verstappen now tries to get around Scott McLaughlin, and it looks like J.R. Hildebrand, who I hadn't paid any attention to for the last little while, has made his way back up to 5th quietly. So traffic continues to play a huge factor, as we expected it would. Sebastian Vettel under fire from Jimmy Johnson, and Carlos Sainz under fire from Devlin DeFrancesco. Of course, this is all going to play into how they get through traffic. Max Verstappen is here now as well. The touring cars really holding up Carlos Sainz. Verstappen gets through DeFrancesco to the lead. Scott McLaughlin thinks about it on Carlos Sainz. So how is this going to play out? And whose pit crews is going to play the best roles? Pit stops are huge in this race, and they're not going to be short. So we'll see how that plays out. And I'm sure on top of all of this going on towards the front of this battle, or this group, as they run through the lead battle in touring cars, they're not too far away from making their pit stops. Again, I believe the touring cars will be later into the race, but the GT4s should be only a handful of laps away. And knowing that, you almost wonder if, actually, you kind of figure that they probably cannot make it on one stop. If they can get to about 32, they would be okay, but anything before that, and you're just not going to make it on fuel. Verstappen is on the back of Devlin DeFrancesco. What will he do to try to get around him? Sebastian Vettel takes the lead in touring cars, as you can see ahead. And DeFrancesco looks to the inside of Lando Norris. So we are into the thick of the lead battle here in touring car. And we're going to see how this plays a factor into the lead battle of GT4, because it certainly will. DeFrancesco being put to the outside as they look to come into the kink. He's going to clear through before the kink, which is huge for him. And he's going to hold steady. Verstappen really throwing it hard to the outside to get through that kink as quickly as possible, because he knows he can't lose DeFrancesco. So Verstappen is probably going to throw quite a few moves in here to get through this field as best as he can. and to keep up with Devlin DeFrancesco, who is now passing leaders. These are the final three cars in this class. And Verstappen is going to get held up by Sergio Perez. His former teammate at Red Bull Racing in Formula One is going to hold him up through the bus stop. And you know he is currently livid about that. The way that as a touring car, he just kind of boxed him into a hole where he really couldn't do anything. So Verstappen runs second, DeFrancesco third, and we continue the fight. Or DeFrancesco leading. Sorry, Carlos Sainz third, which Scott McLaughlin is looking to change that. Scotty McLaughlin sends it up the inside through the S's and manages to get the job done. Chops the nose off of Carlos Sainz, who's now going to be under fire from J.R. Hildebrand. And for the first time in this race, apart from at the very beginning when I believe we saw one of the other ones, but we see Pierre Gasly at the front of this field in a Mercedes. So that has transpired. But DeFrancesco continues to lead, and the touring cars are now a lap behind the GT4s, which is honestly to be expected. But you can also kind of see that the touring cars have been able to utilize a gap created by the GT4s, and Sebastian Vettel is pulled away a little. He's going to get closed back up. Sergio Perez is going to do that, who's going to block in another GT4 driver who, you know, is, again, just has to be livid with him. The GT4 guys are probably screaming at Sergio Perez. It's one thing if another GT4 car uses you as a pick, but when you're just kind of being used as a pick by a touring car just because of the way he's running, it's not a big help. And now Perez ended up losing a bunch of time. He's now a full second back of Sebastian Vettel. And while all this continues to go on, Max Verstappen made the change for the lead, and he now leads once more in this race. So we continue on, and it shows, 64. So that's the estimated laps of completion in this race by the ATVO counter. And quite frankly, it's pretty good. So we should be taking the white flag right around lap 64. So we'll see how it plays out, but pit stops should be here in the next handful of laps, I have to believe. I don't think they can get to 32. But an incredible battle has ensued throughout this race. As Carlos Sainz really tried to send that thing inside, and he really didn't get the best out of it. Tatiana Calderon is caught back up to these guys, and then it's a 2-second gap to Will Power. But the battle continues to rage, and you can kind of see how when the leader starts to get defensive, it ends up allowing guys to catch up. The whole group runs slower. J.R. Hildebrand tries to put the BMW as high as it's been today, 4th place, if he can get by Carlos Sainz. And he actually does not, and he loses a position to Tatiana Calderon. So 6th place for J.R. Hildebrand. as Max Verstappen continues to lead. Vettel and company, he's still dealing with some of the GT4s, and in fact, actually just dealt with the last of them. Tony Kanaan comes through, and this is going to now open the door. Everybody is through, and these guys can return to their racing in the Hondas and the Hyundais and everything else. You can see quite a big gap between Graham Rahal, who now has Lewis Hamilton behind him and holding him up, and Lando Norris, who runs at the back of the front group. Nonetheless, Max Verstappen leads overall in this race, and he's pulling out a little bit of a gap. What he really wants to see is to get through his pit stop and have the gap. He wants to see his pit crew put on a phenomenal stop and really just open this up. If he can break the draft gap, he could drive away with this thing. I fully believe it would be possible. But nonetheless, up here, Carlos Sainz and Devlin DeFrancesco going toe-to-toe as they dive down into turn one. Scott McLaughlin trying to look to take advantage of whatever happens in front of him. Probably going to try and send it wherever the car that advances goes. And he does. He looks to the outside of Carlos Sainz. However, I don't think that's going to be all that helpful. And it isn't. So these guys do continue the run. They're on to lap 26. I don't know how long we're going to go before we do see pit stops. I can't imagine it be all that much longer in this race, but who knows? I don't believe they can make it to halfway before they need to pit. But of course, I could be wrong, and they could. They could make it just to halfway. 32 laps is all they need to get to that position. 32 laps, and they can make it on a tank of gas. They're at 26, so we'll see. This, of course, again, is a timed race. There is an hour and 11 minutes remaining in this event. I wish that could be shown for you guys on the timer, but sadly it just doesn't pop up. Something that I do want to see in comparison to yesterday is the track info. And you can see that we're running a much higher track temp at roughly 89 degrees. So this is a warmer day and warmer track than it was last night and yesterday, per se, for the Supercars. And the weather, as you can see, plays into that. It's 81 and completely sunny. There is not a cloud in the sky. So great weather conditions for this race. We've had 14 lead changes overall, and Devlin DeFrancesco continues to lead. As you can see, the race length, I guess when you do it by time, gets dragged completely out like that. So we'll continue to follow along up at the front. Devlin DeFrancesco leads over Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz. And it doesn't really seem like Will Power's really closing on J.R. Hildebrand to bring the second group back. So it looks like maybe he's outside of the draft range to really be a major effect. Now, of course, DeFrancesco does go defensive. Verstappen was able to get close enough to force him into feeling he needed to be defensive. And Verstappen is probably going to get a run here and take the lead back. just warming up his tires at a cool 150 mile an hour. Here comes Carlos Sainz, Max Verstappen's teammate, and he's going to go with him. He's going to follow right along and give a little bit of a push, an arrow push, if you would. Verstappen is going to clear through, and will he cut the nose down? Oh, he does. He actually makes contact with DeFrancesco. That was almost terrible for everybody at the front of the field. Verstappen contact to the left front or the right front of DeFrancesco's Porsche. They all make it through unscathed, no problems. But that could have been so much worse. And the touring car battle continues to rage. Sergio Perez and Alexander Albon going at it at the front. Sebastian Vettel, Jimmy Johnson, Esteban Ocon, Robert Kubica, Lando Norris, the whole group, everybody that's at the front is in just one big battle. And then Graham Rahal is really holding this group up, I feel like. Although I'm not 100% certain if Lewis got around. Although, considering it is Lewis, I think if he can figure out how to get around Graham, which is his teammate, by the way, that I think he could drive away from him. But it's just not looking like it. You can kind of see the variations in the two cars, which helps kind of give away which one's Lewis and which one's Graham. Graham leading. So Lewis has the orange bar on the front and the yellow visor cover, and Graham the black visor cover and no yellow on the hood. So this looks to be what keeps happening to Lewis, maybe, as to why he can't get around Rahal and get back towards the front. Sainz now looking to get around DeFrancesco as Verstappen has fallen back to third. So this is another battle. There's a little bit of contact. Not quite as much as the last lap, but you almost have to think these guys aren't going to put up too much more with one another, and they're going to start beating and banging as Verstappen really sent that car up the inside of the international hairpin trying to make the pass on his teammate. And he's going to get the job done through the kink. So he's now up to third, or second. Carlos Sainz is back to third. Tatiana Calderon fourth. J.R. Hildebrand fifth. And Scott McLaughlin sixth makes up this front pack with Devlin DeFrancesco leading it. Sebastian Vettel has taken over the lead in the touring cars as this continues to just consistently change hands all the way through. And we're not going to know who's going to win this race until the very end. There won't be a clear winner until probably the last lap, which, I mean, just as much as it was last night for both supercar races. It was fantastic racing all the way through. DeFrancesco actually opening up a bit of a gap here as the two Red Bulls go toe-to-toe, and now Calderon loses a position to J.R. Hildebrand, who's now going to put that BMW to third. Will he look to clean up completely and go to second? It looks like he's going to hold third. He is going to try to go to the outside. We'll see how this plays out. He actually smartly backs out of it and holds third. So J.R. Hildebrand to third. Scott McLaughlin sends it wide and gives up both positions he just gained. So now it's Max Verstappen back. As I'm rudely interrupted. But McLaughlin gave up both positions as Max Verstappen's back up to fourth. J.R. Hildebrand runs third, the highest he's had this BMW all race long. And again, we are closing ever closer to these guys being able to maybe make it on fuel, it's gonna be so close. I just don't know. It's. I mean, honestly, I don't know. There are only an hour and 3 minutes remaining in this race, so we'll have to see how everything plays out. They're running about $1.50 a lap, so almost 2 minutes a lap. The touring cars are absolutely running about two minutes a lap, right at the 157 range. But Max Verstappen tries to get back to Hildebrand, and will we see them duck down? Could be the moment. And yes, both of the Red Bulls are in. The Red Bulls have pulled both cars in. They're the only two to hit pit road so far. And it looks like Di Silvestro, Castroneves, Lundgaard, Latifi, and Ericsson all join them on pit road. So a little bit of pit strategy going on. And you have to wonder, are they going to be able to make it? This is where it is so huge. Can they make it on fuel from here? And following along to see who's going to leave the box first, what the kind of pit stop times are going to look like. They're going to obviously get these things packed as full of fuel and probably put on 4 tires. So this race is now getting to the very interesting part. We're only basically an hour to go in this race. Hour and 2 minutes. Max Verstappen looking to hopefully have the best pit stop in the field. 57 flat for Verstappen is the fastest so far off of pit road. We'll see 130.4 for Verstappen. That's his time out. Or time spent completely on pit road. So Verstappen absolutely having the best pit stop. I expect to see everybody else in here. And here they come. Hildebrand, McLaughlin, DeFrancesco, Calderon, and the rest of the field. I don't expect to see anybody stay out. And we'll see how this plays out. Again, Verstappen with the best pit stop so far, a 57-second stop. And again, you question, did they get the thing full? Did they this? Did they that? There's so many questions to be had for Verstappen. And actually, I wasn't looking at that correctly. I thought those were Verstappen's times. No, 57 flat and a 130.4 belongs to Carlos Sainz, who is a full 5 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen. So his pit crew is the one that got the job done the best for the Red Bull guys. What are we going to see out of the other group? Hildebrand probably going to be the first out of his box with a 58.2. So Hildebrand is currently leaving. DeFrancesco does beat him out, but Hildebrand is second. Will Power third. And you can see them just ahead up here. Here's everybody leaving. There's Calderon. There is DeFrancesco and Hildebrand. They're both going to clear out possibly in front of Carlos Sainz. Yes, they are both going to get out in front of Carlos Sainz. Hildebrand really pinching, keeping the car in front of him, trying his best to keep Carlos Sainz behind him, and does accomplish it. Verstappen's terrible pit stop causes him to fall back to 7th position. So Max Verstappen with a lot of ground to make up, back to 7th. We now focus, when do the touring cars come? We know it's later than the GT4 cars. We always expected it would be, uh, and it certainly will be. But again, the question is for the GT4 cars in this scenario. And mind you, they're now going to have to traverse the same traffic they did already once in this race. The touring cars didn't pit, so they are ahead of these guys. They're going to have to deal with them again. When it comes to fuel mileage, though, you question how far can the GT4s go? Can they make it to the end of the race? 58 minutes to go. So, is it doable? Is it not doable? How far do the touring cars go? And you can kind of see again, right? The BMW so slow right now in comparison to the Porsche and the Aston. Almost as if struggling on a full tank of fuel. So the BMW certainly was pretty quick at the end of the run. But on a full tank of fuel, this thing kind of struggles a little. Sergio Perez continues to lead over Sebastian Vettel, Esteban Ocon, and Jimmy Johnson. And Di Francesco leads over Carlos Sainz, but the question there is, for how long and how much does lap traffic play a factor into this? It's clearly playing a bigger factor into Hildebrand, who also may be because, well, he's slower on fuel. As for Connor Daly, who appears to have caught up a good bit, he is now actually in the pack. So he finally did catch these guys, and that's an incredible job for him. As, Di Francesco is pinched off by, I'm not quite sure who that was, Rinus VK. Rinus VK was mere inches from ending the day of Devlin Di Francesco, who is now going to think about how he's going to get around here now. Obviously, you're probably thinking, well, send it 3 wide, send it 3 wide. The AI aren't really the kind of drivers to really consider sending it 3 wide on a corner. So you're probably not going to see that maneuver. Even though there's plenty of room at Daytona to really make a 3 wide move work. They just don't really seem to be interested in trying to send that. Di Francesco dealing with the slower traffic as best he can. Carlos Sainz trying to figure out his way through all this slow traffic. Sebastian Vettel takes the lead back in class, and that continues to rage. And there's a big gap between Lewis and Lando. It is starting to come down a little, at least between those two. The rest of the group, not so much, but you can kind of see Lewis really putting on that he is a fantastic driver and can get the job done there. Carlos Sainz continues to run second to Devlin Di Francesco. Devlin having an extraordinary race and putting on a great show in his Porsche. Of course, not every track is going to play to the advantage of certain cars. Much like you're seeing the BMW kind of struggle with the straight line speed at full tank, and the Porsche and the Aston doing so well, there may be a track where that reverses and the BMW is in its element. It's hard to beat. And the Porsche and the Aston really kind of struggle. So we'll have to see how this race plays out throughout the finish. Again, can the GT4s make it to the end? Carlos Sainz already caught back up, so he is handling what he needs to. And the touring cars, when will they pit and how will that affect their race? Of course, they will only have to stop the one time. They do not need more than uh, the one pit stop, as we are already past the halfway point. So they will be good. "53 minutes remain. And quite frankly, I don't know what to talk about at this point, other than what's transpiring on the track. Will Power leads over J.R. Hildebrand, Scott McLaughlin, really kind of struggling to get through. Max Verstappen, quite the same. And you can kind of see how not just pit stops, but then trying to get through the lap traffic has really hurt a lot of the GT4 guys. So the race continues to rage, but I'm going to take a quick moment to just let you guys enjoy the cars themselves and give my voice just a quick rest on this race. All right, well, that necessitates a comeback from me as we see Latifi struggling here. We're going to replay this back and see what it was that occurred there and transpired. Oh, yeah. Castroneves. All right. So I saw Castroneves was involved. Latifi has towed. And it looks like, yep. So Castroneves makes contact with Latifi. Who just ends up in the grass spinning. So he ends up going through the grass, comes to a stop. Leclerc gets ran over from behind. I believe that was by one of the McLarens, so he ends up in the grass. And Castroneves continues on. Dixon had damage. I believe it was Joe that clobbered Leclerc, but I'm not 100% sure. But so we will real quick pop over to Latifi. If I can find my mouse, there it is. And so, yeah. With that, Nicholas Latifi is out of this race in a shocking turn of events. What? How did that happen? Oh, they finally just got around him. Okay. Carlos Sainz leads by 3 seconds over DiFrancesco. And Hildebrand in third. .48 minutes to go. And Carlos Sainz leads on Devlin DiFrancesco. Sergio Perez leads in touring car, and Sebastian Vettel runs second there. Hopefully we are not here too much longer. Well, actually we know exactly how much longer we're here, for another 48 minutes. DiFrancesco runs second, approximately almost 4 seconds back, and honestly losing time, it seems like. And he's going to be under fire from J.R. Hildebrand in the BMW. So Hildebrand, I guess, has burned off enough fuel to actually be have that car competitive again. Calderon now has lost a bunch of time as well. So Sainz kind of getting that gap that we were thinking maybe Verstappen would be able to find. But nonetheless, he has gotten to the lead and kind of put a little gap in. Hildebrand now trying to figure out how to get around DiFrancesco, and once he can do that, then he can maybe try and sail away. And he is going to look to his outside. He is going to get a great run, and he is going to clear 2 through to second. So J.R. Hildebrand now runs second in the BMW, really putting on a great show for the manufacturer and his team. Orland Dell BMW Motorsports, as they get through on Devlin DiFrancesco. Will Power battling with Simona Di Silvestro, Scott McLaughlin, and the rest of the field back there 8 seconds behind DiFrancesco. And now Hildebrand is going to look to see if he can't, first off, pull away from DiFrancesco so he doesn't have to race him, which would allow him to maybe run down Carlos Sainz if he can. It's not looking like that's going to happen, and we're likely going to see Hildebrand have to run defensively, although he is able to open up enough of a gap here, possibly, to maybe, well, we'll see. He does seem to be a little bit faster down the straightaways. It's where he seems to gain a little bit of time, but now he is going to run defensive to try to defend against DiFrancesco. So these two are going to go at it, and I think as of right now, Carlos Sainz is going to win this race. As for Sergio Perez, you can see they are now dealing with the lead, or the second back here, and it's affecting this class as well. Ocon, Kubica 2 seconds back. Lando Norris 9 seconds behind Kubica. Vettel's 2 behind Perez. So this battle continues to rage. It's a little bit different here, as I think once everything kind of clears through, these guys will handle it pretty well. But Vettel runs second, Sainz in the lead. I'm going to now try and let you guys enjoy the sounds of the cars. Hopefully we won't see another incident. And we return once more, ladies and gentlemen, for the finish of this race. The final 40 minutes of this race to go. On lap 43 of a possible 64, that is what the estimate is. We we're able to kind of see Sainz continue to hold his lead. Hildebrand in the position that he is in, trying to close whatever gap he can, which actually is happening pretty quickly. As Sainz was being held up by Lando Norris, who's in his pit stop window. So pit stops have started for the touring cars, and I didn't realize that. So Sebastian Vettel, 46.8. He was not the quickest, as that right belongs to, at least for that set of stops, Robert Kubica. But he is still in front of him, and that's the bigger deal. Mick Schumacher currently running in this lead position-ish. 46.4 for Esteban Ocon. He's now leaving. Where will he be when Vettel comes through? Will Kubica even get him? These are the questions to ask. Sebastian Vettel already coming through. I don't think Ocon's going to be able to get out. I think, yeah, there goes Vettel. Will Kubica get him as well? Here he comes through what is turn one. And I don't believe Kubica's going to get him. It does look like Ocon is going to clear out in front of Kubica. And they have a 4-second gap on Sergio Perez, who... So for comparison here, Sebastian Vettel's time down pit road was a 120.5. Robert Kubica's was a 118.6. Sergio Perez, who was the leader before all of the pit stops, was a 129.5. So a full second slower than Kubica's pit stop. Just a full second straight up slower than Robert Kubica had. So we'll see how that plays into things. Kubica is now going to go toe-to-toe with Ocon, and they are going to have to deal with faster traffic coming behind them. Without question, Kubica did have the fastest pit stop of any of the what do you call it? Touring cars. Fastest pit stop of any of the touring cars. So we'll see how that plays out for him as he does get around Esteban Ocon. And there comes Carlos Sainz to come through. So Hildebrand is 6.4 back. I just don't see it being overcome. I think it's going to be a battle between DeFrancesco and Hildebrand over who's going to finish second. But other than that, Carlos Sainz, in my opinion, has this in the bag, barring some weird event. Something really strange has to happen for that to change. And right now, Sebastian Vettel really is in a great position. Now, will it play out that way, knowing that obviously the faster traffic is going to come through and affect both of them? I don't know. But certainly we see an Audi lead this race with a big gap. Sergio Perez is closing. I am not going to sit here and deny that fact. Sergio Perez is closing on this group. And we will see if he can close enough to make an impact for the touring car race. And on top of that, how much in that time that it takes for Perez to close up to these guys, can Kubica and Ocon catch Sebastian Vettel. Now, if Kubica can open up enough of a gap that he doesn't have to worry about Ocon drafting up to him and constantly battling him, and he can continue to run the way he wants to, I don't see why he can't run down Kubica. I think this is part of the problem that you're seeing in the lead battle, which is right here, these guys, because they do. They're in that position where Hildebrand has to go defensive into every corner, and you can kind of see it now going into one. It's not a problem. You can really run that line into one, the defensive line, and make it be fast. In fact, it really is fast. It's a great line to run through turn one. Defensive line anywhere else, you don't really want to see it, but through turn one, you're okay with it. So you can kind of make that one work, and if you have to defend there, then fine. But what Kubica wants to see is to be about a second ahead the rest of the racetrack. Because if he's that far ahead, he's not going to have to worry about defending into the bus stop or into any of the hairpins or any corner where a defensive line really is going to put a hamper on his lap time. And now one of the big keys for him right now is he's going to, at least for this lap in this section, he's going to get the draft off of the back of Hildebrand and DeFrancesco, who just came through. This is huge for him. That draft is a big bonus because for once he's not having to deal with Ocon down this back straightaway at all. And this could set him up for not having to deal with him down the front straightaway. It all plays into such a big role, and certainly Kubica at Nightmare Motorsports is wanting to see the checkered flag as quickly as possible, and I think everybody is. We're 3/4 of the way into this race, 31 minutes to go. The Red Bull guys want to get their job done. DHL Audi wants to get their job done down here in touring cars. And right now, both are getting it done. Sainz absolutely with the best situation right now, a 7-second lead, and it's not coming down. In fact, for the most part, it has been growing. But you can see behind, or at least in the touring cars, the gap when it pops up here, Kubica and well, it won't because they're 2 laps down. But the gap is only 3.3 seconds, and it continues to close with each lap. Kubica now not having to feel the pressure of Ocon, who is now going to have to start feeling his own pressure in defense from Sergio Perez. Kubica is able to just kind of handle his own thing and try and run down Vettel. And now you can see here, Ocon and Perez now having to deal with Scott McLaughlin and Will Power and whoever else is around. Lundgaard's not far behind. Di Silvestro, Verstappen, Calderon, Pierre Gasly, and then Russell back there. So these guys are going to go at it, and Will Power gets McLaughlin, and this continues to hurt Esteban Ocon in terms of gap to Kubica. Now, of course, there's the draft again for Ocon, getting it off the back of the GT4s, but now even Kubica is going to get it off of them, going down into one. But what it has done is because of where they got the draft, Kubica not so much getting it coming out of the slow speed corner, he didn't have it quite as well. So now you can kind of see they did close the gap up, but Ocon and Perez are going side by side as Perez almost gets contact with Ocon as he tries to make his way through. Ocon, not finished with this fight, is going to continue the battle and hold the inside into the kink. And he does get on the brakes and he lets Sergio Perez have the position. Now, of course, the battle is going to come through of all of the GT4 cars that are here as they want to get through and get their positions handled and settled and move on to the next car in front. While all this continues to happen and Perez and company Perez and Ocon lose time to Kubica, Kubica is closing the gap to 2.3. So like I said, him being able to run his line in the way that he wants to by himself, and maybe Vettel having a little bit of a problem, a bobble, you could say, with some of the faster cars, has certainly led to Kubica closing the gap. Now, Kubica really kind of didn't have a great run into there, and you could see he lost some time. Or you can't really see it. I apologize. I keep saying that, but it doesn't show for you guys. The timing screen that Kubica's now back to 3.4 behind Sebastian Vettel and losing ground to Sergio Perez. So the bus stop really, he kind of had the faster traffic catch him at the wrong moment. Now the good news is they've caught him and they passed him and they're gone. Bad news is I'm sure there will be more at some point. And also Perez is closer. Vettel's further away. But Vettel now has to deal with these guys. And they're catching him in the infield, which could be just as bad, just as hurtful to Vettel. Anything at the wrong moment. Having to brake through here, and there it is. He's on the brakes, so that's going to slow him down. Anything that these guys try to do to get around him, that puts him, even like here, if they go to the inside of him and put him on that outside line. This outside line through this corner has really slowed guys down quite a bit today. And it looks like Vettel ran it pretty well, but the gap does close. The gap is just a second and a half. And I'm not really sure where... Okay, so Russell probably coming... Yeah, Russell's going to be coming through these guys pretty soon. So we'll see how it all plays out. In fact, there's Russell now. So an 8-second lead now for Carlos Sainz over Di Francesco and Hildebrand. They just continue to battle, and that's what happens. And it's the same thing occurring here. These guys continue to battle. They're 9 seconds behind Hildebrand. So the podium is settled. In fact, the race winner is settled at this point. With 25 minutes to go, unless they have to pit again, it's pretty well set. Now, what's going to be interesting here is you're seeing that Perez is catching Kubica before Kubica catches Vettel. And that's not exactly what Kubica wants to see. Now, of course, what's nice for Kubica right there is that Russell managed to get Perez into International, and now he's going to get him through the kink, and if all goes well, and it does, Kubica doesn't have to get on the brakes there. Now what he's hoping is that he isn't the one that's caught up on the outside of the corner trying to deal with Juan Pablo Montoya, and this goes well for him as well. So now he's going to have Newgarden's draft in front of him, which will help him close a bit more on Sebastian Vettel and even pull away a little bit from Sergio Perez, although Perez has Montoya's draft. Now, Kubica is going to be able to fall in line here behind Montoya and try to get a little bit more of his draft. And the gap's only a second now. So Sebastian Vettel, who's run fantastically, and without a doubt, his pit crew did a fantastic job to get him into the position he was in. Kubica's did an even better job of having a better lap or a better pit stop, but it didn't get him all the way to the lead. It got him into striking distance, though. And he is now in the draft. This is an actual battle for the lead in a class, as he is absolutely caught Sebastian Vettel at this point. And these two guys are going to go at it the rest of this race. 20 minutes to go, and we're going to have battles to the end of this thing. Now, of course, there are still a bunch of guys to come through. Tony Kanaan, Alonso, Dixon, Newgarden. How did he end up back here again? I missed something. Because he definitely passed these guys. Oh, no, he didn't. I just did that thinking that he was George Russell that entire time. That was Russell that passed these guys, not Newgarden. Oh, and here we go. Here's an interesting moment, right? Here we go. Kubica versus Vettel. This is for the leading class. Kubica is going to get the job done. He's going to open up the door, and we're going to see how these guys come through. Here comes the two Mercedes. Here's a McLaren and the BMW. Kubica really letting these guys have the bottom line. An excellent move overall by Kubica and everybody else to get through there. Kubica goes to the lead here with only a handful of laps to go. Scott Dixon clears through, and by handful I mean, it's a pretty good number. But 20 minutes left in this race. Kubica's your leader. Sebastian Vettel runs second. Sergio Perez third, but he's still dealing with faster traffic. And he's not dealing quite as well with it. Ocon trying to make something happen, and Lando Norris is singing, "I'm so lonely." I'm not going to sing anymore, but yeah, he's singing that he's so lonely back there. He's all by himself. But, are you really that mad when you're running fifth and it's still early in your season? Maybe not. Sainz does continue to lead, and like I said, barring any kind of incredible happenings, I don't see Sainz changing from the lead. He is going to be your leader to the finish. Kubica kind of pulling away a little bit from Sebastian Vettel, whether it be due to Leclerc catching Vettel in the wrong spot in the infield, or whatever it might be. Kubica's kind of opened this gap a little. And the Honda is running really well. Sebastian Vettel really getting the most out of his Audi, and still putting on a great show. Sergio Perez dealing with, I'm not really sure who it is. I believe that's Castroneves, actually, yep. So dealing with Castroneves, and he's kind of lost a little bit of time there. But we continue on. Only 19 minutes to go, boys. We're closing in on the end of this race. Now, of course, we do have another one after this. It is the last of the Supercars events, and we're definitely looking forward to that. The Supercars have been an absolute blast all weekend long. We're also looking forward to the Daytona 500, which should hopefully be tomorrow. We will see. If it is not tomorrow, it will likely be Saturday or Sunday. Again, I'm not 100% sure when we're looking at getting the 500 done, but it will be at some point this week. Everything is ready to go. I think I want to get the rest of the paint schemes for the rest of the roster done before I really get into it, so that once we go to round 2, wherever that might be for that series, that we've got paint schemes for it. So we'll see. But you can kind of see what has happened here. The faster car of Helio Castroneves caught Kubica at the wrong moment, and now the battle is on. 4 cars will go toe-to-toe and decide the fate of the touring cars. And we're going to stick with this. There's a handful of battles going on overall up in the top class, but there's not a whole lot going on. This, however, there's 4 cars. 4 cars that are going to do battle and prove who's the best in the touring cars. And could it get any better than to have one of each of the cars? One Audi, one Honda, one Veloster, and one Elantra. And they all are going to go at it as hard as they can. Kubica holds on to second. Sergio Perez falls back to third, and Ocon continues to run fourth. Kubica now looking to figure out how to get back around Sebastian Vettel. He wants to win this race, which rightfully so. He's going to run the corner a little wide. This is going to open the door possibly for Sergio Perez, who doesn't find it. Sebastian Vettel runs the corner perfectly, even on the defensive line. And he gets a great run out and onto the NASCAR oval. But of course, the draft will keep him honest and keep the Honda close. With just 16 minutes to go, you know the teams are on their radio telling their drivers there's not much time left. Let's get this job done. You can see Ocon trying to make the move up the inside of not just Perez, but also Kubica. He really wanted to get it done, but he can't. He's on the inside, and it just didn't line itself well. Kubica now running second through the bus after the bus stop is now going to try and utilize the front stretch draft to blow back by Sebastian Vettel. He's going to get the run here, and if this was the final lap, Sebastian Vettel would take the checkered flag. But it's not the final lap, and we're going to dive down into 1. Perez on the following Kubica for most of the corner, but Kubica is going to hold steady, and he gets a little bit of a jab of the brake, and he lets Sebastian Vettel continue to lead. Vettel continuing to put on a great show and continuing to have an excellent show here. Now, if these guys battle long enough and hard enough, Lando Norris may not be singing that he's so lonely for all that much longer. He may very well have a place in this race. And certainly Marcus Ericsson is going to have an effect on it as well, as he's going to come through as the last of the GT4 cars. The GT4s continue along the same lines. Carlos Sainz leads, so we follow along with the more interesting lead battle, and that's in the touring cars. I mean, 4 cars going at it as hard as they can. There's Kubica back to the lead. Can Perez take advantage and take second? He's going to try his best. Ocon kind of fell off a little bit there, and Perez is going to get the job done While they continue to squabble like this, Lando Norris is now only 3 seconds behind. Sergio Perez takes the lead. Kubica gets a little bit on the brakes, and this might open the door for Vettel to take advantage. As Kubica shuts the door, slams it as hard as he can, and really, just said no. As for which car it was that might have made contact with Charles Leclerc, looking at the front end of that McLaren, I don't think it's supposed to look like that. I think he might have been the one that made contact with Leclerc earlier. We will take a quick look up here as this battle does continue to rage, and it isn't a terrible battle by any means. It just doesn't have as much meaning. It's for 4th place. But Verstappen trying to get whatever he can certainly is important enough to him to finish 4th. Di Silvestro, Calderon, Pierre Gasly, all of them would love to finish 4th. But you just don't know what's going to happen. Perez continues to lead. Kubica runs 2nd. Perez, of course, has been one of the best guys in this class, and he'll continue to be. Ocon now sends it up the inside of Sebastian Vettel, and they make it through the corner, but they've lost a lot of time as they fall back to behind by a 1.25 seconds. As now Kubica looks, he's going to think about it. He wants to make the move on Sergio. Can he get Sergio to give a little bit of a tap of the brakes to really allow Kubica to get through here? No, he doesn't, and Sergio gets the side draft. You kind of see how Kubica just kind of stalled out there, and Sergio was able to come back. So they go toe-to-toe. And again, Lando Norris continues to close, 2.9. Not going to be singing that he's so lonely for too much longer, because he's going to have some friends. As that Honda is inching closer. Kubica intends to keep this close. Ocon trying his best. He did everything he could to get around Vettel, and he did. He's putting on his best show. Sebastian Vettel really giving a good run for the Audi. The whole field putting on as great of a show as they can as McLaughlin and Power go at it. Verstappen and Di Silvestro continues to battle. Positions change hands all through the midfield. $10 to go, and you can see that our graphic has updated. It now believes there will be 65 laps. So you have to wonder what caused that. Is it that they are running slower than normal? Does it assume that the GT4s are going to have to make another pit stop? Because boy, if they do, that's a huge moment. But Perez does lead on Kubica. Not by much. Kubica really trying to keep with it. Perez just putting on an absolute clinic. He has been hard to pass all day long in his WeatherTech Hyundai. Kubica continues to put on his best show. And Ocon doing well as well. Vettel now runs where he is, and at the same point as the previous lap where Lando was only 2 seconds, or right at 3 seconds back, he's now 3.5 back. How things change when there's not much battling going on. And that's kind of the key here, is it seems like almost Sergio Perez is able to keep Kubica at just the right length. that Kubica really can't get a run on him. Now, of course, if Kubica can get to that position and get to that run spot, then we'll see something change here. But as of right now, there's not much to say. Now, of course, Kubica gets a good run out of the infield section, and he is closing. 8 minutes left in this race, and the only battles in GT4 are the positions of 4th through 10th? Yes, 4th through 10th. And they are great battles, nonetheless. They are side by side all the way through, and we'll try and keep everything updated. We'll try and keep you posted on what's going on here, who's going to make the passes. But this is what kind of happens in multi-class racing. The races get so close and so competitive. Kubica warming up his tires at 145 miles an hour. Can he finally get around Sergio Perez? And he is able to convince Perez to get on the brakes. So Kubica goes back to the lead with just 7.5 minutes to go. Ocon leads over Vettel. Kubica leads the class. Kubica actually pulls out a big gap over Sergio Perez, and he is now sitting in a pretty good seat. Lando Norris, who looked like he might have a chance to get back in this, is not looking quite as convincing at this point. Di Francesco and Hildebrand continue to battle. And the battle for 4th continues rages on as Di Silvestro leads Lundgaard, but that won't be for much longer, and Will Power will come with him. Verstappen not too far behind, but not close enough to really do anything with what has just transpired in front of him. Di Silvestro are going to look to the inside of Will Power and try to make something work, but they don't really have anything to go on there. And the battle continues to rage. Kubica holds steady, ends up in a defensive position going into the bus stop, so not exactly what you want to see if you're Kubica, but he manages to hold the lead, and now it's a drag race back to the start-finish line. One that Sergio Perez has proven time and time again that Veloster is really well suited for. Kubica holds steady and ends up having to get on the brakes. Sergio Perez really kind of just squeezed him in there. So now Ocon moves into second. And Kubica is going to try to find his way back by immediately, sending it as far down the inside of turn 1 as I've seen anybody do. He's going to get a good run through the S's, but Ocon's going to hold steady on the inside. Kubica with a good run out could set himself up through the kink. We will see if anybody is willing to give, and Ocon is. They know that they can't allow Sergio Perez to just leave them. As Sebastian Vettel decides to take advantage of the opportunity given to him, he sends it up the inside of Ocon, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get the job done. He's going to be stuck on the outside through the turn back onto the NASCAR portion of the track. And he is going to be left on the outside. Supposedly 5 laps to go. Quite frankly, don't know how they figure that, but we do have a development. Carlos Sainz has pitted from the lead. 7.5 seconds. So the question mark of can the GT4s make it on fuel is answered. And it's no. No, they were unable to. At least Sainz and Guang Yu or De Silvestre, Lundgaard, and Castroneves so far. Ericsson's on pit road. Who else will we see out of the group pit? And did anybody save enough fuel to go another 3 minutes? I mean, if you think about it, 3 minutes is 2 laps. That's all they need. Why it thinks that we're going to do another 5 laps, I'm not really sure. I don't even think we're going to get to the original 64, as Hildebrand is going to stay out, as is Di Francesco. And I'm not really sure what's going on with those guys. That has certainly cost Di Francesco. I don't know if Colton was trying to get to pit road or what the story was there, but there was a lot of braking involved between everybody. Verstappen is on pit road, which is unsurprising. He is one of the cars that was one of the first ones in. So now Hildebrand attempts to push the car as far as he can, as Kubica is going to send it up the inside and get past Sergio Perez through the bus stop. Perez, under fire from Ocon, is able to hold on, and he'll continue in second. Hildebrand continues to run his race, as does Di Francesco. And wanting to check on her, he's okay. So I'm not quite sure what happened between Di Francesco and J.R. Hildebrand. Going back down into one, you can see that Kubica's side by side with Sergio Perez. Does Kubica have it in him to send this up the inside of Perez again? And he does. Can he hold it here and really put it to Perez? And he does. So now what will happen with the rest of these guys, as they're going to have to deal with once more Marcus Ericsson. Hildebrand is now on pit road, as is Di Francesco, Will Power, Gasly, and Sainz is coming through. So Sainz will retake the lead and should take the victory in this race with ease. You can see behind Kubica, Ocon and Sergio Perez are handling theirs. Hildebrand is out and now has plenty of room over Verstappen. Di Francesco, who's much further back, is going to be questioning what happened with Colton Herta. Tatiana Calderon, who had a good pit stop, is just behind them. Now, this has changed a lot. The Colton Herta incident has meant that third place, the bottom step of the podium, is up for grabs, and Max Verstappen wants it. Kubica now with a almost full second gap back to Sergio Perez is actually in a half decent position with where he got caught by the fast car, and he's going to come around to 2 to go. So they have adjusted, and it was actually 64 laps, maybe due to pit stops. So Carlos Sainz is going to be coming to the final lap. I don't know why it says it is the final lap. Maybe because time has run out. But I'm pretty sure this will be the final lap coming up. Nope. Apparently we are finishing. This is the final lap. This is the race. Okay. So these guys are all coming to the finish of the race. Those guys are going to battle. Verstappen trying to get whatever he can. Can he at least get Tatiana Calderon before the finish line? I don't think he's going to get Di Francesco. It's just too far back. Di Francesco takes third. Verstappen fourth. Calderon fifth. Lundgaard sixth. Di Silvestro, McLaughlin, Power. And we go back to the battle at hand. Kubica and Perez. Kubica in the worst position that he could possibly be in if he wants to hold on to this. But he may not be too bad off if he can just follow along instead of trying to get back by him immediately. So now Kubica is going to be in his draft. Can he utilize this? This was probably the best case scenario for Kubica. He's going to look to his outside. He's going to fall back in line, look back to the outside, fall back in line. We've seen them do this so often. It's hurt him on multiple occasions. Will it hurt him here? He's going to get the run. Who's going to get the win at the line? Kubica noses ahead. Perez hits the brakes and Kubica wins. Robert Kubica takes the victory. Sergio Perez second. Esteban Ocon third. Sebastian Vettel fourth. And Lando Norris back with the group. Finishes fifth. So congratulations to him. But your race winner, Carlos Sainz. How about that? Carlos Sainz takes victory here today with a 7.5 second pit stop at the end. And I believe he's out of fuel. They did their math perfectly, and he is out of fuel, ladies and gentlemen. But hey, they did their math. And he's fine. So. Sainz is your winner. Take it back and do the usual. As you cross the line. Perfect. So your winner here today, Carlos Sainz, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now pull up the results, and as I've said, 22nd will be where to look for the split in class. Carlos Sainz wins in GT4 over J.R. Hildebrand, Devlin DiFrancesco, Max Verstappen, Tatiana Calderon, Christian Lundgaard, Simona Di Silvestro, Scott McLaughlin, Will Power, and Pierre Gasly make up the top 10. Juan Pablo Montoya finishes 11th. Tony Kanaan, Russell Leclerc, Alonso Tsunoda, Zhou Guan Yu finishes 17th. 18th to Dixon. 19th for Newgarden, and 20th goes to Elio Castroneves. Last of the running cars in GT4 was Marcus Ericsson. Your winner in touring car, a full 2 laps behind, but of course we expect Robert Kubica takes victory for the Nightmare Motorsports team. The Hondas are victorious here in Daytona. As for the rest of the field, Sergio Perez finishes second. Third is Ocon. Fourth is Vettel. Fifth goes to Lando Norris. Sixth to Palou. Seventh to Romain Grosjean. Eighth to Mick Schumacher. And ninth to Marco Andretti. 10th goes to Rinus VeeKay. 11th for Jimmy Johnson. 12th for Sage Karam. 13th for Connor Daly. 14th to Danny Rick. 15th for Pato O'Ward. 16th, Graham Rahal. 17th is Colton Herta. 18th, Kevin Magnussen. 19th, Lewis Hamilton. 20th is Alexander Rossi. 21st to Alex Albon. And rounding out the field of running cars was Takuma Sato, 22nd in touring car. Nicholas Latifi obviously had his problems and ended up out of the race. So that will do it for this event, or this portion of the event. And again, Carlos Sainz is your winner. We will, of course, be back shortly, and we're not going away. We're just going to do the Be Right Back. The stream will continue, and we will be back with Supercars in just a handful of minutes. So thank you guys for coming and enjoying the GT4 Touring Car, the Pilot Challenge here at Daytona, opening round. Plenty more to come from this series. Excellent racing, and we'll see more of it throughout the year. As for what's about to come is round 3 of the Supercars. And they have put on a show, or not round 3, but race 3. They've put on a show through and through. And they've got one more in them. So we will be right back with that. And again, if you've enjoyed this, give us a follow.
we roll. We hang around singing out everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll. This is how we do. We burning down the night, shooting bullets at the moon, baby. This is how we roll. I'm from the dirty, dirty, baby. Listen, my accent's got a little twang, little thing, little something, something. Always make the ladies scream. My name louder, reverse cowgirl. Little bump, bump in the trunk, all up in my new Maybach. Let her wear my strap back. You can find us where the party at. This is how we roll. We hang around singing out everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll. This is how we do. When the world turns ugly, I just turn and look at you, baby. This is how we roll. This is how we roll, baby. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're proud to be young. We stick to our guns. We love what we love, and we love to get drunk.
You know we cuss on them Mondays and pray on them Sundays. Pass it around and we dream about one day.
Cause this is how we roll. This is how we roll, baby. We hanging around, singing down everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands up. This is how we roll. This is how we ride. We're slinging up the mud, cutting through the countryside, baby. This is how we roll. Yeah, this is how we roll. This is how we roll. This is how we roll. This is how we do. We burning down the night, shooting bullets at the moon, baby. This is how we roll.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more Nightmare Sim Series action here at the Daytona Super Speedway. Ooh. We're coming to you live for more Supercars action. Of course, the Supercars we're fairly well acquainted with at this point. They have run twice already, and they're going to go again here tonight, one more time at Daytona. So we are live for you guys, and a little bit of a pop-up here. I'm going to warn you, it might be bright if you're in a dark room. It's about to be a very white image that's going to come up on this screen and be very bright. So, point standings after 2 races in this series. Shane Van Gisbergen leads by 492. You can see how the points were awarded. They were awarded slightly incorrectly. Actually, very incorrectly. Now that I'm remembering how points are supposed to be awarded. And as such, those won't matter. So forget what I just posted. What you will be able to know for sure is that as of right now, right, this bit won't change. Shane Van Gisbergen is going to be the point leader. There is without a doubt that Shane Van Gisbergen will be the point leader. So we are ready. I think the Supercar guys are ready as well. We're going to go to qualifying. So I'll have to do that as per the usual. All right. So we are disqualified, which sets us up for the start of the race. It just means that we don't have to sit there and wait for them to grid. And sadly, I have to wait till qualifying to be able to do that, to make sure that that happens that way. But Shane Van Gisbergen gets the win last time out. Cam Waters got the win in race 1. And I don't know why the time settings just haven't been working properly. Qualifying was supposed to still be during the day. It's as dark as can be still as well, so I'm not sure what the deal is there. But as long as the race is also at night, who cares? Nonetheless, Shane Van Gisbergen, sorry, I'm still on the Sebastian Vettel at this point. Shane Van Gisbergen will be your point leader, Cam Waters second. I will have to update the points because, again, I forgot which type of race it was. And it was a 3-race round instead of a 1-race round. That was the points that I awarded them, was for 1 race. So I didn't even think about that until I got into this moment. So apologies for that. That being said, Earl Bamber so far 2 for 2 on qualifying. He's put that car on pole twice. Jordan Taylor had a good run the second time out, but Bamber, first time out, led quite a bit and smacked the tire barrier coming through the hairpin to get back onto the NASCAR circuit. I'm still questioning how it happened, why it happened, what happened. Who knows? But Bamber hit the wall. That's all I know. Broke something, retired. Race 2, he made up for it with a pretty good race, but he's still going to be mired back in the point standings at the moment. He had a great race, but, you know, you see, so let me explain what happened with that one and why he's absolutely mired and didn't even get points for race 1. So he didn't score points in race 1. Race 1 was a result of 0 points scored. Race 2 was the first time he scored points, and that was due to what is the word I am looking for? That was due to, in race 1, him not completing at least 50% of the laps. Or was it 75? Is it 50 or 75? I think it's 75. Yeah, he didn't complete 75% of the laps, and that's what I'm going to go with and stick with. Which is the requirement for Supercars. Got to do 75% of the lap. 75% of the leader's laps. So, if you don't do that, you don't score points. Well, he didn't do that in race 1. Race 1, he wrecked out. He didn't even really make half of the race. He wrecked out on 13. So, close, but we won't call it for it. I would say he would have had to at least start 14 for it. So he wrecked out. Didn't get points. So he's mired because of this. He's further back, Bamber is. But he can make up for it. Wittmann currently on pole, and he had a great first race, but a bad second race. Didn't work out well for him. So what will happen with him? Waters obviously won the first race. He's currently 8th. And Shane Van Gisbergen, who won race 2, is 3rd. Chaz Mostert, who continues to be the most consistent, is second. And we'll have to see how this plays out. Now, obviously, we've seen it time and time again. Lap 2 is a whole different ball game. That's why we give them the 2 laps. So here we come for lap 2. And for a moment, I was about to say, surprise, surprise, Earl Bamber goes to the top of the board. However, he is off by 0.076. Bamber qualifies second. So he has qualified on the front row for each of the first 3 races of the year. However, he did not take the pole today. That award goes to Marco Wittmann. We will go ahead and advance, and we will prepare for the race. So, your grid for tonight, starting on the pole, Marco Wittmann, Earl Bamber to his outside. Row 2 sees Shane Van Gisbergen and Pippo Durrani. Row 3 is Mark Winterbottom and Antonio Garcia. Row 4, Chaz Mostert and Cameron Waters. Row 5 is Brody Kostecki and Loic Duval. Row 6, James Courtney and Tommy Milner. Row 7, Kamui Kobayashi and Renger van der Zandt. Row 8, Scott Pye and Mario Farnbacher. In row 9 is Jordan Taylor and Richard Westbrook. In row 10 is Ryan Hunter-Ray and Sheldon Vanderlyn. Row 11 is Sebastian Bourdais and Charlie Eastwood. Row 12 is David Reynolds and Philippe Albuquerque. And rounding out the field, Brock Feeney in the number 35. So that is your grid as we prepare to go racing once more, again in the V8 Supercars, under the lights at Daytona. Absolutely, everything is spectacular. This is the moment we've been waiting for once more today. The V8 Supercars are preparing for the pace car to make that left-hand turn. Looks to be like there's maybe a little bit of fog still in the area from yesterday. It's weird. But nonetheless, we're on the loud pedal, and we're away under the lights for the Daytona Super Night. Marco Wittmann gets a great start. Shane Van Gisbergen tries to follow through to second, and it looks like he's going to do exactly that. Mark Winterbottom tried to think about sending it up the inside of Earl Bamber, thinks better of it and backs out and ends up losing a position to Pippo Durrani, who we have not really talked about much this weekend. Antonio Garcia running pretty well too so far. Kostecki having another good run at the beginning, or at least qualifying, and Chaz Mostert and Cam Waters. Loic Duval in the current battle with James Courtney, and that's for 10th place. So Wittmann away with the lead, and then we've got Shane Van Gisbergen behind. Earl Bamber a little bit further behind, but still in third. And still the way he wants to start this. He's in with a chance at least. Shane going to try and run down very quickly, as you might be able to hear Salem in the background crying his head off. He loves to do that whenever he hears somebody talking. As Pippo Durrani gets around Mark Winterbottom, Antonio Garcia looked like he might be able to take advantage of that as well, but doesn't really find the place for that. Mostert falls back to 10th, Duval in 9th, and Cam Waters currently runs 8th. Kostecki looking to take advantage of Antonio Garcia using the draft, and Shane Van Gisbergen leads at the line and leads lap 1. Wittmann is going to hold on to the lead, and this is going to bring Bamber back closer. Garcia now side by side with Winterbottom, and Cameron Waters was side by side with Kostecki, but they both were in the unfortunate position of being on the inside of the S's, which results in usually braking for the inside car. So they both were blown by Brody Kostecki. So we'll continue to follow along. Kamui Kobayashi and Richard Westbrook battling side by side, trying to make a pass on one another. Kamui looking most like he'll be able to get the job done. A little bit of door banging there, but Kamui does get the position. And now we see if Shane can't run back down Marco Wittmann. And it's, of course, early. There's still plenty of time. These guys are going to go at it. And we have even gone further as to take just a little bit more fuel out of it. So these guys are really going to have to show what they can do. As Wittmann now under fire from Van Gisbergen. Once more, Van Gisbergen to the outside. He is going to lead again at the line, and this time he is going to clear Wittmann well before the turn. Shane Van Gisbergen has led both laps here so far, although, quite frankly, Wittmann led most of them, but he is now the leader, Shane Van Gisbergen. And he, of course, was your winner of race 2. Now leading race 3. Pippo Durrani having a great rebound here. Antonio Garcia, a good showing for him. And we'll have to see how all of this plays out. So Shane Van Gisbergen leads over Marco Wittmann. This, of course, was not a battle we saw yesterday, at least not in race 2. We saw it a little bit in race 1, but still, even then, not quite as much, but it was there. So race 2, Wittmann was just buried, and he never made up for it. I think he ended up finishing 15th in that race, so he's really trying to make up for all of the mistakes of yesterday, as Earl Bamber really trying to stick with these guys, as Pippo Durrani kind of now looking like maybe he's holding up Winterbottom, Kostecki maybe. Will these guys get a little aggressive to try to get around Pippo if he is holding them up, if they feel that way? Certainly the front 3 are gone, as Wittmann finally leads a lap in this race after qualifying on pole. But Shane Van Gisbergen is going to fight back. He's going to hold on to the lead. And we see them go side by side through the S's. Bamber and Wittmann, the Mustangs going toe to toe. Or hoof to hoof. I guess it's a Mustang. Still side by side down to the kink. Who's going to give? Neither driver. They're going to dive down into the west hairpin, and Bamber is really wide. Bamber really sent that thing wide to be able to make that corner. He really sent that thing in there, and he paid the price. He lost time. Thankfully, for him, it doesn't seem like he lost too much time. But of course, he will have lost enough time to Wittmann. So, Shane leads. Bamber now still third. Pippo's a little bit closer because of the events that just transpired. And Mosert looks to get back by Duval for 10th, and he does. Ranger van der Zan, who had a good race the last time out, trying to find his way. And battles continue to fly all around the track. Shane continues to hold his lead. Here comes Wittmann trying to beat him at the line, and he does. Wittmann leads that lap, so they're 2 for 2 each. And Wittmann ends up real wide. This is going to set up Bamber again to try to really get something going through here. Bamber hard onto the brakes. This might allow Pippo Durrani, but it doesn't. Bamber is able to hold Pippo behind him. The battle rages on at the front. Marco Wittmann versus Shane Van Gisbergen versus Earl Bamber. The three of them are going punch for punch with each lap. And, I mean, we're already only 4 laps into this race, and they're throwing haymakers. Obviously, they haven't hit one another yet, and at this point, I think that's certainly coming. But the Holden continues to lead. The Red Lion over the 3 Fords of Wittmann, Bamber, and Durrani before finding another Holden in Winterbottom and then Kostecki in 6th. Antonio Garcia is under fire from Cameron Waters. And Waters is going to try and get around him as quickly as possible. He knows his pit crew screwed up for him in race 2 after his pit crew really got him the job done in race 1. So he's going to try and find his way around Garcia as quickly as possible to catch back up to Kostecki and company. Wittmann now clears Shane Van Gisbergen down into 1, and Pippo Durrani holds the inside line on Earl Bamber. So Pippo Durrani having a great showing. He's up to 3rd. Waters is around Garcia, and now he looks to track down Kostecki and Winterbottom. And the battle for the lead has turned into a 4-car race, as I just didn't know if Pippo was going to be able to get involved in this, and he certainly has. So Pippo Durrani sticks that 26 of Grove Racing into this battle, and he's going to be able to hold on to 3rd. It was very questionable there for just a moment. But he holds the 3rd position, and now we're back on to the NASCAR portion of the circuit. Now, of course, when we're running the NASCAR race, we will bypass that very first left-hand turn instead of making that left-hand turn down into the infield and running the road course. The NASCAR Cup cars will just bypass that. The same with the chicane here, the bus stop as it was. So Wittmann continues to lead. Van Gisbergen trying to find his way back. Bamber with Durrani. Waters closing on Kostecki. Wittmann holding off Van Gisbergen down into 1. Bamber trying to get around Pippo. Waters the same, but with Kostecki. They're side by side, and Van Gisbergen utilizes what he knows about the inside of the S's and forces Marco Wittmann into a position where he gets on the brakes. Now Wittmann is side by side with Pippo Durrani through the kink, and Durrani is willing to back out of it. He just doesn't have the aggressiveness or the optimism, I guess, to hold that corner. You see Bamber run a little wide, and Winterbottom thinks about filling that hole, but doesn't. Van Gisbergen holds the lead and runs the defensive line. He manages to park the bus, and now Pippo's looking to the inside of Wittmann. Pippo wants by. Pippo wants to lead. Bamber, of course, is watching intently, and Cameron Waters trying to find out how to get around Kostecki. He wants to win another race here. He wants to claim victory. And, as Bamber gets real wide there, and it does look like Waters has gotten around Kostecki. But what I was about to say was if you guys want to check out who is the eventual winner of round one, aka Daytona round, I will be posting that on our Facebook page, Nightmare Nick Nightmare 19 on Facebook. So if you go give that page a follow and a like, you'll be able to see the round one winner of. So basically, whoever scored the most points between all three races will be crowned the round one winner. As Wittmann now leads Shane Van Gisbergen on Mark Winterbottom, trying at least, and Bamber back to 7th. As Kostecki really throwing it in there, he's holding steady on his own, and Bamber runs the outside line. Waters lets it drift and gets out wide, and Winterbottom continues to run second, which is awesome for him. He's having a great job. Pippo again runs a much better line, tries to get underneath, forces his way underneath Shane Van Gisbergen, like Kostecki just tried to do to Waters. Unsuccessfully, but tried it at least. And Durrani wanted to do the same to Shane Van Gisbergen. He feels that he does a better job of getting through those corners. So we come through the bus stop, and we'll come out, and everybody should be within striking distance of everybody in front of them. This is going to lead to, hopefully, an incredible battle down into turn one. Something that certainly we can't wait to see. Now, currently, if you had to put money on somebody to probably win round one, it's between Shane Van Gisbergen and Cameron Waters. Both of them have won a race, and certainly whichever one finishes higher very well could steal the round one victory. However, if, say, somehow Chaz Mosert gets up here and wins the race, I think he's been more consistent than the both of them and would probably end up winning round one. So we'll see what happens there. But Winterbottom continues to run second to Wittmann. Wittmann kind of holding steady with his lead over Winterbottom. Something we don't see too often in these cars. They usually end up battling pretty long and pretty much the whole race, as we're already 8 laps in. We've completed 8. We're on lap 9. And we are looking good. Expecting pit stops to be around maybe lap 19 to 20. We'll have to see what we're looking at like for fuel and how it'll affect them. Certainly might change the way that pit strategy is done, and we'll have to see. But certainly an interesting aspect to it. I'd love to see iRacing teach the AI a bit more about maybe short pitting, learning how to handle, trying to beat your opponent on pit road. And Shane Van Gisbergen noticing that, Marco Wittmann's getting smaller and smaller in his mirror. Or not his mirror, his windshield. And he's trying to come through. He wants to get around Mark Winterbottom. He wants to get back to trying to run down Wittmann. And Pippo really running that thing in there hard, trying to hold on to the position on Shane that he's desperately trying to gain, and has been for quite a few laps, but doesn't really get it done. So Winterbottom holding the field up now, honestly. At least that's what it seems like. He's definitely losing ground with each corner to Marco Wittmann. So Shane is desperate right now. He wants to get around Winterbottom as bad as he could possibly want to. That's his primary goal, and this could be the moment. down the backstretch and into the bus stop. If he's got a good enough run, he can get side by side with him in and put Winterbottom on a bad course. Which, of course, he doesn't put him on a bad course because he clears him in. So this is huge for Shane. Shane's able to clear Winterbottom. Of course, Winterbottom's going to fight back. Now, of course, this isn't what Shane wants, but Shane seems to be able to hold his own by himself. Now, of course, Winterbottom's going to go side by side, and Shane's likely to stab the brakes a little bit, and he does, and Winterbottom clears back through. So, much like we saw with the Kubica and Sergio Perez battle earlier, getting behind your opponent going into the bus stop is kind of helpful. So Winterbottom clears back through to second, and Shane has to regroup. Kostecki to the inside of Cameron Waters, and he manages to pick up that position. Now Bamber going to hold on the outside of the kink. Waters going to send it in and sends it in deep, but manages to hold steady. He's going to actually hold perfectly around through the west hairpin and clears Bamber before they get to the final hairpin of the infield. Wittmann is gone by almost 2 seconds at this point. So again, Shane is desperate. Shane wants to pass Winterbottom. It's the only thing he wants to do right now. It's the only thing he can do. He's got to get around Winterbottom. However that's done. If that includes sending it in deep. And he sends it in, and he's going to get Winterbottom here. Here comes Pippo Durrani as well for third. This is exactly what Shane needed, because now he's going to clear. Winterbottom has been holding up the front of the field for quite a while. He's now going to fall behind not just Shane and Pippo, but Kostecki and Waters and Bamber, and Van der Zand is even running him down. Pippo's now under fire from Brody Kostecki, and Bamber's going to look to the inside of Cameron Waters. Waters going to try and fight back. If he can hold through here, he can at least set up, Bamber for a difficult position. And they touch. They get side by side and they touch. Waters holds steady. Brody Kostecki runs fourth. Pippo Durrani third. And Shane Van Gisbergen 2 seconds behind Marco Wittmann. He's still having to be defensive to Pippo Durrani. But you wonder if maybe now, because Shane is the lead car in this group, if maybe he can't at least be fast enough to still run down Wittmann. What Shane, though, does need is for these guys to be able to be far enough back that he can run the line he wants to without having to be defensive. As it stands, that's not really looking like something that's going to happen. He's going to be defensive into the bus stop, and that's just not going to help his cause. Marco Wittmann is currently driving away with this. Now, that being said, we have seen pit stops really shake things up, and it very well still can. These pit stops could be huge, and Wittmann's pit crew could come up poorly and really change the face of the way that this race ends. Cameron Waters looks to the outside. He's going to look to try to clear not just Brody Kostecki, but he wanted Shane Van Gisbergen as well. He's going to be in deep. He's going to hold the outside. It's not looking like he's going to be able to get Shane. He is able to hold off Kostecki, and you saw in the background Mark Winterbottom get back around Earl Bamber. So Shane Van Gisbergen now runs third to Pippo Durrani, who runs second. Pippo, having an absolutely incredible race, continues to have that incredible race. 13 of 27 down. Roughly about 25 minutes remaining. Ish. Obviously, the number of minutes remaining doesn't really affect how this race goes, but that's what our estimate time to completion is. So we are looking to finish this thing out here within the next 30 minutes. And we'll see what happens. Pippo defends to the inside. Van Gisbergen and Cameron Waters now going at it. Who's going to get to second place here? Van Gisbergen wants it. Waters wants it. Waters is closer to Van Gisbergen than Van Gisbergen is to Pippo. Waters decides to hold back. He's going to look to the outside. He's going to pin Shane in behind Pippo. Pippo's going to defend, but not well. Waters is going to go to second and clear through for just a moment. Yes, he is clear. He shuts the door down for any kind of retaliation. So he gets through. Now Pippo has to defend from Shane as well, but actually it looks like he's going to do quite well because Shane's going to overdrive the corner. Cameron Waters now runs second. And these guys continue to battle and lose time to Marco Wittmann. So they're running into the territory where the only way that they're going to stand a chance in this is if Wittmann has a mistake on pit road. Which certainly isn't impossible, but what we've just seen happen is a huge moment because Pippo just messed up 2 corners back to back, and this has now opened the door for Cameron Waters to kind of pull away a little bit. Of course, they will catch him back up, but you have to wonder how long. And of course, not to mention that Waters is now able to run the line he wants rather than the defensive line. So 14 of 27 as we continue this race. And Pippo's going to get the run that he thinks he can get. I don't know if he'll be able to catch up to Waters by the time they get to the corner. Kostecki looking to the outside of Van Gisbergen, not really anything there, and everybody just kind of cycles through in line. Van Gisbergen looks up the inside of Pippo Durrani. He wants to come through. And he's going to get through, but Durrani's going to send it up the inside to hold on to position. These guys are going to go side by side, and this is big news for Cameron Waters. Waters is now clear of these guys by almost a full second. So instead of now worrying about catching Waters, Shane was just worried about defending from Durrani. Now Durrani, of course, messed up the West hairpin and really didn't put much threat on Shane, so there wasn't really much to be done there. But will we see a little bit different story down the backstretch and into the bus stop, as there's a lot larger of a gap between Shane and Cameron than there is between Shane and Pippo. Shane does not defend against Pippo, but could we see a lot of the same going down into one? Of course, this has been excellent news for Cam Waters, because if Shane and Pippo are going to go at it like that, they're not, battling him. He's not having to be defensive, and he's already closing the gap little by little to Marco Wittmann. And of course, he's probably screaming at his spotter or crew chief or whoever to go tell Shane and them to just ride. We'll go catch Wittmann, and then we can worry about who's got the biggest car. We'll go with car. I'll try and keep it at least somewhat PG. Johnson. Who's got the biggest Johnson? That works for keeping it PG. But yeah, then we can decide who's got the biggest Johnson. But for now, 5 tenths of a second, 6/10 of a second is the gap between Shane and Cam. Cam trying to keep that gap as much as he can, because if he can keep the gap to Shane, he doesn't have to worry about defending. And again, this is perfect for him catching Marco Wittmann. The less he has to defend, the more he can run the perfect line. He is a lot faster, at least the last lap. He was 4/10 of a second faster the whole lap than Marco Wittmann. That can in turn lead to a big difference. If Cam can run his fast lap in and lap out, then he will catch Marco Wittmann. If he's having to defend from Shane, it's just not going to happen. And quite frankly, this has been an excellent race so far already. Second place, all the way back to 14th, are all within striking distance of one another realistically-ish. The biggest gap is probably Pippo to Shane at the moment. Well, there is a 1 second gap now forming between Duval and Mosert and Winterbottom. So Cam has a great run through the infield, it seems like, and this has been part of his ability to run better. But Shane on that last lap was a 1:44.9. Wittmann was a 1:45.3, and so was Cam. Cam was only 0.05 quicker than the last lap. Of course, he is still closing on him. He's running very well through the infield this time. And we'll see how it translates. Shane has a great run out onto the NASCAR oval, and he's going to hold steady. So far, the gap between these two fluctuates back and forth and continues to hold. Again, this is big for Cam. This is what he wants. He doesn't want to have to defend Shane, but he's, kind of bringing Shane with him to the lead. So, can Red Bull make it 2 wins on the day with Shane Van Gisbergen, or will we see something else? Carlos Sainz obviously holding on to win the GT4 race earlier, with Robert Kubica winning the touring car portion of the Pilot Challenge. But now it's Cam Waters trying to defend Shane Van Gisbergen. And now he's started the defensive line. Now, given we're getting close, this race is already almost over. You have to think, we just started, it feels like. But, alas, we're coming towards the close of this race. We're under 10 to go, and we're going to start thinking about pit stops. They have been such a key factor in not just this series, but the Pilot Challenge. The Pilot Challenge turned out to be a completely different race after pit stops that really benefited both Carlos Sainz and Robert Kubica. Carlos Sainz ended up winning the race by almost 12 seconds with ease, and a lot of it stemmed from the pit stop. He gained, I think, a solid 5 seconds on the pit stop alone, and then lap traffic played a big factor. Now, I don't think we'll see lap traffic here in this, but we might be able to see a little bit of a difference go on with the rest of the field. And it looks like, I thought for a moment maybe we were going to see pit stops. Philippe Albuquerque has been on pit road 3 times already, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So he has suffered some kind of damage. He's actually leaving now, right in the thick of this battle. Shane Van Gisbergen jumps back into second. And Earl Bamber back to fourth. He's gotten around Pippo Durrani. They're now going to have to deal with the lap traffic. And Earl Bamber jumps to third. So Cam Waters loses 2 positions on that exchange. And we'll see how he reacts to this. What will he do and figure out how to, if he can, get back around Bamber and Van Gisbergen. Again, we're expecting, I was thinking we're expecting pit stops on either lap 19 or 20. We'll see how this plays out and how pit stops will occur. There's a possibility that we will see them this lap, and then again, we might not. Bamber and Van Gisbergen are going side by side through the bus stop, and this has not ended well for at least one of the drivers on multiple occasions, but Van Gisbergen is able to hold on, and they lose more time to Wittmann. They're really kind of at this point banking on Wittmann needing or having a bad stop. We'll follow along with Wittmann because he is going to be the first car, and there it is. Lap 19 is the first pit stop as Philippe Albuquerque continues on, but Marco Wittmann is the lone driver on pit road. So you wonder if maybe running the way that they had been in the draft and battling the way they are back here, if that hasn't allowed them to save a lap of fuel. Wittmann in his box, so he is good to go at this point as soon as he clears out, and we'll see how long of a stop this will be. 22.5. It was slower than Philippe Albuquerque's 18.1. And he's going to spend, and you can see the leaders coming through there. He's going to spend 55.4 on pit road. So this is, of course, huge. This is the moment. Now, whose pit crew is going to win them the race? It's happened in each of the supercar races so far. Somebody's pit crew is going to give them the shot to win this race. And Wittmann's pit crew seemingly might have dropped the ball. I'm not sure how much fuel they need or what's going to transpire on the pit stops, but we're going to find out possibly here, most likely here, as I would not be surprised to see all of the leaders in, and here they all come. Antonio Garcia, Loic Duval, basically the whole field is coming in. So Wittmann is coming through the bus stop now as Bamber hits his pit box. You want to be able to see who's going to leave first, who's got the best pit crew again. And in a surprise turn of events, it's looking like it might be Charlie Eastwood. Marco Wittmann is coming through. He is going to continue to hold a good lead, so he actually really did have a great pit stop. As Charlie Eastwood, it looks like rolled through is what it is. He did not make a pit stop. He's not pitted yet. Charlie Eastwood just rolled through pit road. That is what occurred. So expect to see him back on pit road. Shane Van Gisbergen, much closer now to Marco Wittmann. And you'll see Charlie Eastwood most likely overtake these guys. He is on older tires. At least that's my assumption. And if he is on older tires, that thing's going to fire off quicker because the tires are going to be better. It's the advantage Marco Wittmann has. And why he is now already back to 3.2 seconds ahead. So I thought that maybe his pit crew dropped the ball, but no. Bamber's pit crew with a 25.3 would be dropping the ball. Shane's pit crew with a 21.3 is fantastic and was the best pit stop. And there you can see Charlie Eastwood now out of fuel trying to... Actually, I'm not sure what he's doing. I don't know why he didn't go down pit road. As he's really putting in a dangerous situation. And that's going to really hurt Pippo Durrani there. And wow, I don't understand what we have seen. He continues to roll in a very dangerous situation, but there we go. So normally this would probably be a caution, but I am not intending on throwing it. Although I very much would be in the grounds to throw one. I think if the leaders get back around, I will. If the leaders come all the way back around and he is still there, then absolutely I will. But it does look like he is towed. So we are back with the front of the pack. Well, not even the front of the pack, but the battle for second between Waters and Van Gisbergen. They're 4.5 seconds back. They're going to go at one another, and they're not going to catch Marco Wittmann. So Marco Wittmann is going to win this race, and it's convincing. This has been one of the most dominating races. Actually, this has been the most dominating race so far. The other two races have both ended with last lap passes, and this one isn't even going to be close unless something happens to Wittmann. So the battle is on for second, and then fifth. Bamber trying to close in on these guys and throw his hat in the ring between the two Holdens. They're trying to decide who's going to win the round at this point, because whichever one finishes higher very well could win the round. Although I don't know that one position would make the difference. You never know. So we are continuing on, 5 to go. Coming to 4 this time. And we've really been putting on a great show. Fantastic job by all of the sports car guys, the supercar guys. We look forward to seeing what the NASCAR guys are going to be able to do on the big track, on the oval track. This is actually technically the bigger track, if you want to think about it that way. But on the oval, we'll see what the NASCAR guys can do, and it will be a fun time, and then we'll continue on to the next event. So we're excited for what each and every race is going to bring this season. And each round is going to bring. The Supercars will see 2 races at the next round at Sebring. The GT4s will be accompanying them to Sebring, and we expect possibly the Cup cars on their own schedule headed to Homestead. So, a fun time here in the Nightmare Sim series as we get 4 laps to go. Marco Wittmann cruising to victory, out for just a Sunday drive. I don't believe with him winning, it's going to result in him winning the round. His 15th place finish in race 2, I think, is going to eliminate the chance of that happening, as I don't believe Shane or Cam had a finish of that bad this round. But of course, a win will go a long way towards the final point standings. And a win will go a long way to how you finish this round. You don't really get any extra points for how you finish in a round, but certainly the better off you finish, the better you are in the overall point standings. So we come to 3 laps to go, and this one is almost finished. We're going to actually ride on board for a handful of laps. If I can find it. Or at least for the next lap with Cam Waters. And you can see they kind of have the that purple lighting that you might see in some of the sports cars. And they have that inside the car, and you can see still a little bit of fog as well. But we're going to find out just how effective these cars can be as they continue their run to the finish. 2 to go at the line this time. We're almost through with this race, ladies and gentlemen. And then it will just be the Daytona 500, and Speed Weeks will be over just like that. You might be saying, well, they just started. How can Speed Weeks be over? Well, that's the nature of the way racing is. Things go by quickly. You can see Bamber getting a great run on Shane Van Gisbergen. Waters hasn't really had the runs that Bamber has since coming out of pit road. But he manages to stick with it, and now he's going to look to dive it up the inside. And we'll just kind of see, because they're side by side here, I want to see how they handle that, and fantastically well done. So Cam Waters takes back over second place, and the battle ensues with Shane Van Gisbergen. Wittmann well ahead, again, 4.5 seconds almost, the gap. This one is already decided, ladies and gentlemen, for first place. But we will, of course, stick with it to the end and follow whatever exciting battles there are. And this is, without question, the most exciting. Well, I meant this one in terms of what it brings to the table. It's a battle for second place. Shane's going to defend into the bus stop. Cam's going to look to just hold his line. He's going to look to have a great run through here. Can he get Shane fully cleared and get the pass done? Although you almost question again, this is the same thing we said with Kubica. Do you want to be the lead car on the final lap? Because I think you want to be the second place car. What he doesn't want to have happen is Bamber come down in here and clear underneath him and take the position away. He wants to make sure that he can hold on to second, because he absolutely beat Wittmann to the line. Or not Wittmann, but Van Gisbergen to the line. If he can repeat exactly the way he just did that, he will finish second in this race. Of course, now he's having to deal with Earl Bamber. Cam Waters, not exactly what he wants to see back here, as Bamber's going to throw it up his inside. And Shane seeing exactly what he wants because he now knows he's going to finish second. So Bamber cost both him and Waters a chance at second place. And Waters is just going to kind of limp the car however he can to get as close to Shane as he can. But there's just nothing to be had. Wittmann's going to come home with the win. In fact, Cameron has to actually defend against Bamber and will probably lose the position to Earl. He is honestly not close enough to Shane to really get enough of a tow to help him out. Wittmann's going to come across, or come out of turn 4. He's going to cross the line. First place for Marco Wittmann, finally getting his win in the Tickford entry. Cam Waters trying to hold as best he can, but Bamber's going to nudge him at the line. The rest of the field comes through. And then the back markers. So Marco Wittmann wins race number 3. 3 races, 3 different winners. Wittmann qualified, I believe, on the pole. And he, as such, takes the win. Here today. So Marco Wittmann is, once again, your winner. Led 22 out of 27. Qualified on the pole. Finished first. Absolutely had a fantastic run. And he won the race. I mean, there's no question about it. He did a great job and is your winner here today. So congratulations to Marco Wittmann. Shane Van Gisbergen second and Earl Bamber third. We'll pull up the race results here in just a second. As we are closing it out. So, as we said, Marco Wittmann with the win. Shane Van Gisbergen second. Third to Earl Bamber. Fourth to Cameron Waters. Fifth was Renger van der Zand. Brody Kostecki sixth. James Courtney with, I believe, his best finish of the round. Seventh. Chaz Mosert eighth. Pippo Durrani ninth is where he ended up. And Tommy Milner 10th. Mark Winterbottom 11th. 12th goes to Kamui Kobayashi. 13th, Antonio Garcia. 14th, Loic Duval. 15th is Ryan Hunter-Ray. 16th is Richard Westbrook. Brock Feeney 17th. 18th to Mario Farnbacher. 19th, Scott Pye. 20th is Jordan Taylor. 21st, Sebastian Bourdais. 22nd to David Reynolds. 23rd, Sheldon Vanderlyn. 24th, Philippe Albuquerque. And not actually 27 laps down, but actually probably would have beat Philippe, I believe. Yeah, he was only 5 laps down, and I will count it that way myself. So Charlie Eastwood actually finishes 24th, not 25th. And with that, we end this. So thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you next time for the Daytona 500, the last race of Speed Weeks, and then we'll be on to the next set of races. So see you later, boys.
silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself. But I'm ready. Your words up on the wall as you're praying for my phone, and the laughter in the halls and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worse.